Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here at a very unique time for a Talkin' Trains stream. For all my Canadian friends out there, happy Thanksgiving to you. To all of my United States friends, happy Indigenous Peoples Day, happy Columbus Day, whatever it is that you call this day. Happy to have you here. As you can see, we've got some projects over here on the regular workbench, but we've also got some projects over on the mobile workbench. So we're going to be kind of popping back and forth today. I'm going to start over on the mobile workbench, but before I do, I ran out of time. I'm trying to get a decoder programmed. And of course, the lock programmer software won't open. So I just need to get this decoder programming, and then we'll hop over to do our scenery projects on the mobile workbench. You can see one of the things we're going to be working on today is getting the new 2306 wired up and ready to rock. And that's the decoder that I'm currently about to start the sound file programming. Oh, no, of course I'm not, because why would there be a sound file in the saved profile? Boy, they. All right, hang on 1 second. Let's see. I want that. But yeah, we're going to be doing an overhaul on 2306 because Jim was kind enough to give me the shell with the plug-in for the Decoder Buddy already wired into all of his LEDs. I'm thinking the easiest way to do this install is going to be to pull out the ESU board that's in here, save that for a different project, and put a 21-pin decoder in. So that'll be, again, one of the secondary projects that we do today, but I just wanted to get the sound file programming into the decoder so that that can work while we're over at the mobile workbench. So let's go over to the mobile workbench and get underway. Tom, thank you very much for becoming a member. Appreciate you doing that. That's awesome. I truly appreciate it. Let's see who we got out here. Looks like we got Dennis. I know we had Adam here early. Scott's here. Welcome in. Sean's here. Brandon's here. Banu's here. Welcome in, everybody. Happy to have you, and excited for what's going to be a bit of a marathon Talkin' Trains today. I've got a lot that I want to get done today specifically. I am sort of running out of time to get things wrapped up before Op Around the Clock. And that's specifically because I have a shakedown session that I'm having next Saturday, which means that really everything that I need to do, I want to have done prior to that, so that I have a full week if anything pops up during the shakedown session to rectify any issues that may arise. I've got that brand new arrangement of track over in Canandaigua that I've made a couple of tweaks to after the first session it was used on. I want to make sure that that works well. I've got a ton of new scenery down in the Himrod area, and I want to make sure that, of course, nothing funky has gone on with ballast getting in the tracks in inconvenient places, or anything of that sort, really. So there's definitely a lot to do. But as far as scenery is concerned, we're going to kind of continue to elaborate on last week's stream as one of our first things here. You'll see I've got some more polyfill down here on the workbench. The stuff last week, let me grab a piece of it and I'll show you. I made some of it work, but I'm not happy with a lot of a lot of what we did. And there's specific reasons for that. The big reason is that I just it's too thick. It's too thick. I didn't do any sort of work on the side, so when you plop this down, you can see all of this kind of brown around the outside. And it doesn't look like a plant when you see that brown along the outside. So I did learn that, of course, there's a big reason why people use green polyfill specifically, and that's because that, when you do catch a glimpse of the side, is still going to look like a plant, or at least like the leaves or foliage of the plant. And I also learned that, of course, it is way too thick, way too big. Again, I made a little bit of it work. I touched up the sides of some of it, and I'm happy with how it's looking in the places that I made it work. And I'm excited to show you guys in a upcoming layout update, which hopefully I'll be able to film this week. We'll see. Whew. So, what's everybody else got going on? I'm curious to know. I'm just going to work on getting some of this stuff kind of teased out a little bit flatter before we're getting into it. I also have a handful of wire form trees that we're going to quickly probably work on before we get into the actual static grass, just because this is kind of the boring stuff. We'll get the boring stuff out of the way. Sounds like Garrett is going to be coming to my rescue. Hey Heath, no work for me today, bank holiday, so I am free to stream midday. As I said, for anybody tuning in, happy Thanksgiving to all my Canadian friends, if there's anybody out there, and then happy Indigenous Peoples Day to anybody else. I'm happy to be here in the midday hour, hanging out with whoever's available. And honestly, this worked out for the best, because I am from Western New York, and everybody in Western New York, if you're a sports fan, is of course a big fan of the Buffalo Bills. Go Bills. And the Bills have Monday Night Football tonight, which is right during my normal streaming time. So it worked out well that I'm still going to be able to stream today and watch the Bills game later on tonight. So I'm excited about that. We've got the Atlanta Falcons, who've turned out to be apparently a better team than anticipated to start the year. And looking forward to the matchup. I think it's going to be a closer game than a lot of people think, but we'll see. But in the meantime, we've got plenty of work to do to get this layout ready for Up Around the Clock in a couple of weeks. So let's kind of get started here. Like I said, first thing we're doing is just kind of prepping some of my wire form trees. They need about 2 coats of matte medium or Mod Podge prior to doing any of the modeling paste, just to kind of build out a little bit of the branch structure and get rid of the texture of wire. You're kind of just filling in the gaps between the wires so that it looks more like a round or semi-round branch and not a bunch of wires twisted together. So that's what we're doing here. Hopefully you guys can see this. I don't know, hopefully I'm working in an area where you can. I can try to work a little bit further down. But yeah, so this is layer 2 of the Mod Podge. I'm hoping 2 is going to be enough, and then I'll let this dry. I'll be able to get the modeling paste on, and we can go from there. I'm thinking what these armatures are going to be, especially like this one in particular, this is going to be a dead standing tree. Of course, one of the problems that I'm going to run into here with not having any super trees is that I also don't have the bunches of super tree material that I would be using for the wire form trees to fill them out as, kind of my normal feature scene trees, which is how I use them. So gotta get a little bit creative with how I'm using some of these. Sounds like I said earlier, Mr. Garrett, CSX, what's his actual I never remember what it actually is. And I think he's busy at a work session at RIT right now. He's not on, but yeah, he had a box of super trees that he's not going to use, or half of a box basically. So he's bailing me out big time. Hopefully, between all the material on those super trees, that's going to be enough to fill in the big gap that I've got. Heath did actually send me a link to some interesting trees that I'll be willing to try should I need them, and I probably will still try them eventually anyway, because quite frankly, I don't foresee the issue that we're dealing with these super trees not being in stock being any sort of a permanent fix anytime soon. So yeah. Yes, thank you, Tim, and welcome in. Matt, welcome into you too, my friend. Happy to see you. Matt, you gotta send me a message, because I've got an op session coming up that I forgot to send the email to you for, but I would be happy to have you at. Send me a message and I'll get you the details if you're interested. Matt's, of course, one of my local friends here. Big supporter of the channel. He's my longest standing member, which I do appreciate having members. I am a firm believer in not keeping any content behind a paywall. So anybody that's a member on this channel is really just supporting me because they feel it's important to support me, which I truly, truly appreciate. Sometimes they get early access to videos, but those videos always in a couple of days end up with the general public anyway. But yeah, awesome stuff. Sorry guys, I keep forgetting that I've got the screen kind of angled down a little bit, so you're not able to see it when I've got my subject way higher up. This is going to be a really tiny tree when everything's said and done. This was a kind of a thinner wire than the rest of what I worked on over the weekend. I was actually enjoying camping this weekend for one last trip. We got out to one of the local state parks for a couple of days, and this morning I started the process of winterizing my camper. So that was it for camping this year, unfortunately. Calling you out, yeah, of course, Matt. All right, I decided to just sit down here at the workbench. Hopefully that'll help me naturally keep things in frame a little bit better for you guys. This was a wire form tree I just kind of had sitting off to the side. I didn't work on this weekend. It's much larger than a lot of the other ones that I've been doing. I think this is actually technically the first coat of Mod Podge I'll be putting on this one. This polyfill out of the way just so I'm not brushing up against it or anything. Oh, let me catch up with chat here. Ooh, Dennis might be painting some things. Oh, and editing videos. All right, multitasking it is. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get some videos edited here soon. I've got a ton of footage from the layout itself, a ton of footage from the T-Track build. The T-Track build I'm kind of stalled on right now because I need a prototype video of the scene that I'm doing, and I just haven't had any time to go trackside because I've been so busy down here prepping the layout for Op Around the Clock. So I'm gonna have to make time to get to the tracks and get a video at this particular location here soon. I was kind of hoping I might be able to today, but had to start getting the house ready for winter. Had to get all the patio furniture put away. Had to start winterizing the camper. I got some leaves mulched into the ground and plenty of other stuff. Hey, Rust Bell, welcome in. Or Emmett, I should say. I never know if people want to go by their username or by their actual name, but I think the most frustrating part about this scene that I'm building over on the layout is the fact that, you know, it can kind of seem like things, kind of feel like things are progressing really slowly because I've got to wait for stuff to dry, and especially the trees that I'm using. And there's just kind of a lot of progress to be made before progress starts to look tangible on the layout itself. So I'm glad to be into the tree stage, because every time I finish a batch of trees, it actually starts to help fill out the layout itself, which is exciting. It's really starting to feel tangible, if that makes any sense. Just as cluttered as your desk. Nice, Scott. Big trees taking so much Mod Podge, taking forever to get done. Oh, I just looked over to check on the progress of the decoder I put on the program, and it's not even started yet. Of course. No. Saying the lock programmer's not found. Oh boy. Sometimes it just does that. Give me just a second here, guys. I'm gonna get this PC restarted and see if I can get this process underway. This is the oldest PC I have in my house that runs the layout and the lock programmer, and I've actually got a that's my my old college PC, and I've had 2 other laptops now since that one, and the second oldest one I eventually am gonna try to bring down here as like a dedicated stream PC and run the layout and lock programmer off of that. I've got all the software on it, I just haven't had that time to do all of the sort of testing work to make sure that everything's gonna work for it. But eventually I'm gonna need to get that taken care of, because this computer that I run the layout off of just runs at a snail's pace. When I bought it, it was kind of underpowered for its time. But It was like one of the first PCs that had a touchscreen on it, and I was really excited about that. Kind of looked past the fact that it was severely underpowered. While it's restarting though, I should be able to hopefully finish up this particular tree. Apologies that I keep pulling it out of frame. The ergonomics here on the mobile workbench are not as good as the main workbench for me seeing things and you seeing things. Might need to work on that a little bit. I'm relatively a little bit. Let me just kind of make sure I've gotten everything here. Hey, welcome in Canadian Locomotive Logistics. Happy to have you. Yeah, big bucket full of Mod Podge. Yeah, that might work, Scott, but the thing is, if you're not careful, you can kind of end up with droplets on these wire-form trees that don't look good once they're dry. And I would definitely be willing to try it, but I would be afraid that that's going to be what happens, basically. You might even be able to see one on this tree that I didn't notice on my first go. Not sure if you guys will be able to see that or not. Thankfully, they do bust off of there usually, but still like to be careful to avoid them. This is a nice little short stubby tree. And that laptop is still rebooting. Yikes. Oh, that's a bummer, Brandon. Again, this is kind of one of the more boring things I needed to get done today, so I'm trying to get it knocked out quickly. Doesn't really make for the most riveting stream content, but like I said, there's a lot that needs to get done on the layout, and that means that things, if I'm gonna stream, have to be streamed. Because it's stuff that needs to get done. So. that one. And the PC is still rebooting. Good gosh. All right, 3 down, 3 to go. Oh, 4 down, excuse me. What's going on with Dennis's computer? Oh man. I won't recognize the NVIDIA card. That stinks. I am kind of on the main layout, quickly realizing that I don't know that I'm going to be able to get the full forest done prior to the ops weekend, and that my main concern is really a hedgerow that's supposed to be in between the yard and the farmer's fields in the scene. So I've got to kind of figure out what I'm going to do with that. And it's going to require, of course, a bunch of shrubbery, which is why we're going to be working on shrubbery again today. But I don't know if I'm going to be happy with this polyfill shrubbery as like the only thing there. So I might need to sacrifice a little bit of the super tree material that I'm getting, just specifically for shrubberies and not trees. We shall see, though. I'm anxious to get that part of the layout done because I also need to be able to touch up the weathering on the track in the yard because it's kind of been through the ringer with all the changes that I've done. Some of the paint is kind of wrecked a little bit because I got plaster splashed into it. So I've got to redo all the paint on the rails even though the ballast is already down, which is going to be a major pain. But I think with a little bit of careful masking, I should be able to do it without, too much trouble. It's just going to be a little bit tedious masking, but I want to make sure that everything around the rail is done first, just so that I'm ensuring that I don't, end up with the same issue again. So. slowly but surely, we're working through these trees. And that laptop is still frustratingly rebooting. Unbelievable. I don't know why it's taking that long. Usually it's done by now. It didn't show it that it had any updates to install. I think I got everything down to one last tree here. This is probably going to be another dead fall tree. It just kind of, or dead standing timber, dead timber sort of tree. I don't know what you'd call that. I think that sounds like the right thing to call it. But the main branch structure being less complex kind of lends itself, I think, to that sort of thing. And sadly, our area has been hit pretty hard by emerald ash borers. So I have to double check, but I believe they started coming in around the 2013 to 2015 time frame. So it makes sense to have one or two kind of dead standing ash trees on the layout. In today's day and age, they look even rougher now than they did a decade ago, but again, I think a decade ago there was still, a handful of them already gone. See you in a bit, Dennis. Okay, almost there. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Now I am out of clips that I normally use, so I gotta figure out where I'm gonna hang this one. Let's see. That'll work. Cool. Try to hard reset this computer because it shouldn't still be trying to restart. There's something wrong with it. Okay, hopefully second time's the charm with that. Nice, Scott. Yeah, Tim, my parents have a massive ash tree that's completely dead in their yard now, which has been a big bummer. Thankfully, my yard personally has not been affected. Yeah, it's kind of bummer as a leaf peeper, like I am. Big fan of not just fall scenery on my layout, but in general. In fact, next weekend I'm really hoping I can take a nice drive out to the Finger Lakes. We'll see. It's kind of a bummer to see these hillsides full of dead ash trees and everything. So, but as is the case, nature will survive, hopefully, and maybe we'll get back to a point where we've got some better looking fall foliage here soon. Okay, so I've got a couple of different things I want to try today. You can see that most of what I've got on the table as far as polyfill is, it's for the most part green, but I've got a couple of different tan pieces, and that's because I also was able to pick up some Pico straw-colored static grass. So I'm hoping what I can do is use some of this straw-colored static grass on this polyfill. And actually I've got a good blend in the static grass applicator already, so I might not open this. This might work well for it as well. But I'm just going to try to get some kind of browner looking stuff onto this polyfill first and see how that goes. Again, I'm really trying my best this time around to thin this stuff out as much as possible. Seems like that's sort of something that I missed on the initial attempt at doing this polyfill shrubbery, was to really thin it out as much as you can. So I'm gonna try that today and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, let's start with, gotta clean the nozzle on this thing. Gets gummed up. Start with just like this little piece and see what happens. Okay. I am still going to, it seemed to work out really well, spritzing this stuff with water, just to get the electrical conductivity going. So I'm going to try to keep doing that. Kind of see how this goes. Like I need something that's not sticky to be able to handle this. Holy cow. I glued the gator clip. I glued this gator clip shut. I just bent the tab on it, trying to get it to open. With a little bit of isopropyl and it should loosen up, but let's see if I can just loosen it up by hand first. There we go. Okay, so let's give this a try and see what happens. Hopefully, on today's stream, I don't shock myself. Okay, immediately realizing that there's a bit of a challenge just simply trying to keep things still as you go here. Also learning, yeah, there's a little bit of Woodland Scenics material in here. I'm just never seem to have good luck getting it to stand up straight, especially with a battery operated. static grass applicator. I've heard that if you buy the actual Static King and get the plug-in for it, that it works better, but I've yet to see that sort of result out of this particular applicator, which is kind of a bummer. Okay, good news. The laptop now has fully booted. So far, not super impressed, but you know, it's something that could work. I'm probably gonna try an additional layer, but let me just step over to the PC and get this finally up and running, programming this decoder before we go any further, just so that once we get over to this side of the layout, or to this particular workbench, we're good to go with the decoder. Take 20 minutes just to boot the ESU Loc programmer. Okay, I do have the hairspray over here, awesome. All right, so like I said, I'm gonna try to stack the static grass a little bit using the hairspray trick. See how that goes. Yeah, I don't know. I would use, I think I would consider this semi-usable. It's okay. I think there's some considerable improvement from last week's stream. I may need to touch up the edges a little bit, which I can still do that. But that's the only way. That's the only downside I'm really seeing to this so far. Let's see if I can get a little bit of this excess grass that's down on the table back into here, because I don't really want to put more of this back in. I want to get to that new static grass that I've got. Hey, Garrett. Come on, Brandon, don't do me like that. I'm being careful. I'm being careful. I'm discharging the static, just touching the ground to it. Yeah, no, Garrett, I tried to advertise it as best I can. I'm a little nervous I'm gonna get a text from Rick Rubino tonight too, and that says, no stream tonight? And I'll say, no, Rick, I was live at noon. I tried to advertise it as best I could everywhere, but you know, you can only expect so many people to see it. Everybody's got busy lives, which I understand. I'm pleasantly surprised with how this is looking right now. There, did you hear that shock on camera? I think that's gonna work out okay. Hopefully you guys can see this well. Yeah, I think that's gonna work out. Might try to have some fun with you know, some sort of ground foam over the top of it, just to see if I can get it to look like it's some sort of seeded grass. I don't know. Wonder if I could even do something like that. No, that was not a good idea. Oh well. Gotta try everything, right? that's gonna work. I'm relatively happy with that. I am curious. I'm gonna try to see if I can get just like the edges of this. I'm gonna let it dry, and then I think I'm gonna try to use a little bit of like earth, or I think I've got a little bit lighter of a material that I can use. I'm just gonna try a couple of things, you know, see what works out, see what doesn't. I also have this container of, what is it actually technically? Flock and Turf from Scenic Express, which is a really muted color that I'm curious to try. That might actually be the ticket for on top of this. I don't know. Let's just try it now. Let's see what happens. We'll use just a tad bit of it. See, I should have just let it dry, because what I really want to do is go back in and just dry brush a little bit of Mod Podge on the tips, so that I can hopefully get, just get a little bit to stick on the edges of the static grass that's been applied. Okay, well, with that out of the way, let's get a couple other colors experimented with. Let me discharge this, just so that I don't keep shocking myself. But I think I'm pretty happy with how that one's looking. The nice thing about that lighter color is that you can kind of touch it up a little bit when you need to. All right, looks like I've got ESU up and running on the laptop now, so let me just see if I can get this decoder programming finally. Like I said, today's stream, because I'm off today, it's gonna be a bit of a marathon. I'm thinking probably at least 3 hours, so if people need to pop off or pop back in, I won't hold it against you, that's for sure. I think it was a good thing that that the programmer didn't, end up working the first time, because I actually was about to program the wrong sound file into it. I was about to put a -9 sound file in it instead of a -8. Excuse me, no, not even that. A -7 is what I need. All right, let's see. Hopefully the COM port thing is resolved just by restarting it. Looks like it is. Getting blinky lights on the... Okay, perfect. All right. We officially have a sound profile programming. Yes, Tim, instead of a -7, yeah. Right. Okay, so, oops. Made myself a nice little tuft on my work glove. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking for a bunch of these that are especially the lighter colors of green. I think I'm just going to use a lot of this this material and just kind of sprinkle it on, nice and simple. I think I'm going to get a cheap pair of tweezers so that hopefully I can handle this a little bit better, though, because it doesn't like being handled with the work gloves, it seems. The darker stuff I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do with yet. We're going to have to figure that out. I think I do have some, yeah, I've got some darker static grass I can use. I don't, yeah, I do have some greener colored leaves as well, which I should probably just get out so that I've got them out. Oh, I've also got, oh, perfect. Nice. The challenge is going to be getting some of this green stuff to really feel like fall, though. late fall specifically. But yeah, I've got a couple of different green things here. I've got, oh, what color is this? Let's say. This is moss green. This is spring green, which is obviously flying right in the face of what we're trying to do here. But I've also got this Woodland Scenics 7mm light green, which is the same thing as this, just in a different length. I might try to sprinkle some of that on. Actually, let's start with that, just because I'm curious how that's going to go. No, Matt, I won't be at the club Tuesday. I've been spending every minute I can trying to get the layout at home ready for the ops weekend. I'm curious if I'm going to be able to not put this through a static grass applicator and get good results. Just kind of lightly sprinkling it. We shall see. I know with this stuff, because it's so small, I've gotten good results just sprinkling it, which has been good. But all right, let me get the glue. Hopefully you guys can see this okay. I think you're in frame. Yeah. Move it over just a little bit, just to be sure. Nope, that looks kind of like garbage. Not happy with that. Let's just back to the drawing board and hit this with a bunch of the 2mm stuff that I know works well. Yep, definitely got to have the right greens for sure, Dennis. I can try putting this longer stuff through the static grass applicator, but I've already seen, you know, what the results of Woodland Scenics through my applicator looks like, and I can't say that I've been very thoroughly impressed with any of it. That's a pretty good base layer. I'm gonna hit it again. What I could do is try to just stab in just tiny pinches of the longer stuff. Maybe I'll try that. This is again kind of much the same as last week, turning into a bit of an experimentation session. Good news is I just looked over and the lock programmer is in fact actually running, which is good. I'm relatively happy with this. I'm curious to know what would happen though if I do. I don't know. Let's play around. Let's see what happens when we play around a little bit here. I'm just gonna put a tiny bit of the 7 mil in the static grass applicator. And then that. Yeah, not terrible. It definitely doesn't stand. You know, it's flat in there. But I don't know, if I'm looking for it to be a shrub, you know, that might give it a little bit more complexity now, where I can hit it again with the adhesive and then do another layer of smaller needles and maybe start to get a little bit of branch-like looking structure out of it. Yeah, that seems to work. That's kind of cool. Cool. All right, so let me just make sure I do a good job of touching up the sides here, and then we'll set this one off to the side. Like I said, this was kind of what I noticed the biggest issue with the other ones was once you got all this stuff on, the sides were very apparently still polyfill. So I'm trying to do a better job of that. And what's crazy about this is, though, like, as much as I wanted to keep this piece small, you saw how thin the piece of polyfill was that we started with. I'm still out to like this massive thing. So maybe I really need to start shrinking this stuff down. Because again, this shrubbery is supposed to be for like this kind of, I don't know, 4-inch wide hedgerow, less than 4 inches wide in places. So if it keeps kind of expanding out that wide, that's kind of a bit of an issue. Okay, here's a darker piece where I think I'm going to try to use initial coat. I think I'm going to try to use some of my darker 2mm static grass, and then I'm going to try to go at it with some actual leaf material, and we'll see how that goes. Oh dear. Yeah, I tried doing it with scissors after I'm done, Dennis. The problem is, what happens is when you cut it, you then expose the unfinished innards, which are polyfill still. So I could, but I would then have to just go in and touch up again with this stuff. So it's still ultimately easier to try to make it in the shape you want it to be initially, which this piece I think kind of looks pretty promising. That last piece, maybe not so much, but Whoops. I just sprayed my phone with adhesive. That's not going to be a problem. Couldn't possibly. Sure, once again, that I do a good job of filling in the sides. Okay. All right, so let's see how this goes. Maybe let's see what's a little bit of this lighter green look like in there dispersed, just to kind of differentiate color a little bit. Nothing special. And get a little bit of this green leafy material going. Again, I have my doubts whether or not this is going to work out or not as a fall looking shrub. I think what we're going to end up with is a fantastic looking spring, or yeah, that's really all we're looking at here, is something fantastic for spring, but problem is you don't usually have something that looks like this in the fall. That would be, yeah, that would be a great looking spring shrub. Probably put too much of this on to try to save it with a little bit of the moss green, but let's just see. The moss green I might be able to get away with looking like fall, I think. It does look like a, maybe some sort of foliage that doesn't immediately change, or doesn't have a significant color change, if that makes sense. Just looks like a dying brown. I could also try to mix in just a little bit of rawhide here. Let's see what that looks like. I'm thinking this piece is really just turning into a bit of an experiment. Definitely have too much leaf material in there now. But I think the theory works. I think I need to forego the spring green, as it's aptly named, something that's going to work out well for spring. And if I just go with the moss green and a little bit of rawhide, I might be able to get some stuff that looks semi late fall-ish, which is what I really need. Looks like that decoder's about halfway programmed. Hopefully we're gonna end up with some good timing here. Okay. This first piece that I did, it's somewhat dry now, so I do want to circle back to it and just see if I can get away with doing what I want to do. Definitely put a little too much glue in on it initially. I should have wiped the brush off. Wonder if I can just pluck this little clump out. I'm not happy with the amount of glue on. Yep, that worked out. That's good. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Yeah, I mean, it looks good, but it's still kind of just falling down into the crevices. It's not really staying up on the edges of it, but that's a great looking, you know, piece for the hedgerow, I think. I think I can be happy with that. I think I can use it. Yeah. Looks good even over in the light on the layout, so. Okay, so what all do I have left here? I think it's time to just kind of kick it into full production here. Let's try, I'm gonna do another piece of the green. And I'm gonna try doing the all olive and rawhide look and see how that goes. Tweezers. Try doing just a base of rawhide first, see how that works. Come on. Sprayed the phone again. Boy, that's gonna be a pain. Yeah, I think that's going to end up being something I can be happy with. Awesome. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I got to touch up the sides. I wonder how a little bit of the golden foam may end up looking on this. Just to bring out a tad bit more fall color. A little bit more. Again, making sure the edges are all leafed up is pretty important. Just a sprinkle of, I can hardly see it in there. Yep, that is the ticket right there. That's probably the piece I am so far the most happy with of all this shrubbery that we've done. I think I'm finally really onto something here. That's awesome. I hope I'm as happy with it when it dries. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get a couple pieces that look similar to that now. I think that's gonna be my strategy. So one of my sort of mantras when it comes to scenery that I kind of learned the lesson the hard way with a little bit of my scenery over in the Penn Yan side of the layout. But one of the strategies has kind of become to find like a sort of a common plant to have in a particular scene. You know, there's always, you know, in nature there's usually like a dominant species of some sort, right? So I'm saying that, you know, whatever this bush is that I'm going to be doing, the one I like the look of the most, is going to be kind of my dominant species. So, wonder if I don't know. I can't stop myself from experimenting. I'm going to put a little bit of 2mm static grass on this first, and then go to the into the leaf material. Just add a little bit more complexity to the shrub first. Finally got smart and moved my phone, so I stopped spraying it. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Oh, I hear sirens by my house. What's going on, Matt? Matt's a volunteer fireman, so I'm betting he probably has his scanner on. And they're heading his direction. Down towards Leroy. Yeah. Pretty good. I don't know if it was really worth it to put that, static grass on there first, but it pokes through in a couple of different places. Gives it a nice look. I try not to make this one quite as brown as the other one. And of course I just dropped a big old glob of it right in the middle. It's not terrible. I've got a bunch of different colored leaves, Dennis, and actually I've got more on the way. I've got an order from, well, yeah, much the same as you, Dennis. I've got an order sitting at my local post office that I can't get to from Scenic Express. So, got a couple of different colors of leaves and a couple different colors of static grass waiting for me. I've got a farmer's lane that's kind of between the fields and the hedgerow that I wanted to get some thinner material. Yeah, this is too thick. I went a little too hard with this stuff. I wonder if there's any way I'm fixing this. Just a little bit more green to dissipate the brown. Yeah, that helped a lot. There we go. Okay, how are my edges looking here? Okay, gotta touch up the edges, but other than that, I'm happy with this piece. Again, I'm gonna do 2 or 3 pieces this color, or this combination, and that'll be my sort of dominant species within the hedgerow, if that makes sense, and then we'll work on some accenting pieces after that. But if you look at nature, I mean, you know, my theory of there being a dominant species is not that far off. There's always some sort of plant that you know, has what it takes in any given environment to survive better than other plants. So around me, that plant is usually sumac, which I mentioned last week I have trouble with in my yard. Actually, the red patch that I did last week on on stream is one of the few pieces that I was actually happy enough with that it made the layout. So I've got a big old patch of sumac in the new scene, which I'm pretty happy about. Hey Adam, welcome in. Happy to see you. Would you look at that? Just look at it. Yeah, these are going good. I'm happy with these moss green shrubs. Hopefully I'm that happy with them when I put them down on the layout. I think I'm gonna do one more patch kind of like that, and then we'll move on to something a little bit more creative. But yeah. So let's see. Just look at it, Dennis. Just look at it. Brandon knows what I'm talking about. Any millennial, well, yeah, any millennial that spent too much time on YouTube also knows what I'm talking about with that. Try to be a little bit more conservative with the brown this time. Yep. Awesome. Okay, touch up the edges, and then I think this piece is also ready to rock. A little bit of a thin spot right in here. A little bit of the gold ground foam going. Not too much. Okay, awesome. Get the hairspray on. I think I forgot to hairspray the other couple pieces. I might need to bring those back over real quick. Just kidding, I decided instead of bringing them back over, I'd just bring the hairspray over to them. Looks like the decoder is done programming, so that's good. Okay, so we have 4 pieces left. Let's see, what do I want to do next? I definitely want to experiment with the straw static grass on this piece that I've got painted tan. Hey, welcome in, Garrett and affiliated RIT students, club members. Had a lot of fun meeting all of the guys and girls, excuse me, from the RIT layout yesterday, and had we had some fun building some T-Track modules. If anybody saw the Facebook posts about it, it's a blast. Really had fun getting to know all those guys, all those club members is what I should be saying. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see how we can do. I can send you the link, Dennis. We'll get you up to speed. Yeah, I think I gotta send this stuff through the static grass applicator to get it to work. So let's try that. There you go, Dennis. That's a good call. Again, one of the things I really like about this straw color, I'm kind of bummed that I can't find this stuff anywhere anymore. I was lucky to find that Midwest Model Railroad Supply still had some of this in stock, the Pico range of static grasses. Oh, I forgot to wet this down. I think I can tell. Nothing's really standing up. Okay. Did you hear that time, Brandon? The thing that does kind of stink is the fact that this is all balled up. I wonder if I could get away with using the screen itself to help deball it. They make, I was watching, some Warhammer guys do some static grass that they have their own company. It's like WW Scenics, and they make like this deballing tool that's very similar just to the static grass screen, it seems like. Oh, that's working out well. Yeah, Tim, the shocks are intentional today. Don't worry. I've learned that if you just touch the ground of the static grass applicator to the screen, you can discharge a lot of the static that's stuck in the capacitors so that you don't have to worry about shocking yourself. Okay, let me try to spritz this with some water now. See if that's going to help this. Might be time for a fresh set of batteries in this applicator as well, though. Oh boy. I think this is turning out okay. I don't know that I'm the biggest fan of this color for shrubbery, though. I think it's a little too light for my particular liking. But as I said, the nice thing about it is that it'll color up well with whatever other color I want to try to throw at it. So maybe once we're done here, I'll take it over to the paint booth and just hit it with a darker brown or something quickly. I think it does blend in as a pretty good color with the poly, so that maybe I don't have to be quite as worried about touching up the edges. I probably am still going to be neurotic and touch up the edges anyway, but there's your fourth shock. Sorry your returns haven't been as good, but wow, I have a ton of reusable static on the mat, or static grass on the mat here. Let's try to stack it a little bit. I'm going to hit it again with a coat of spray adhesive. Just try to get a little bit more on there, see what happens. See if I can do a better job of making sure there's adhesive on the sides as well. Water. Okay. Nice thing I'm learning is that I can kind of get away with using the clip itself for the static grass applicator to just kind of hold things steady on it, or hold it in the air so that I can apply. Seems to be working out well. I'm debating whether or not I want to try to rattle can this or if I should get out the airbrush. I might get out the airbrush and just try to do like some thinned down coats. See if I can leave like a little bit of the undertone of the bright colored straw. I think I'm pretty happy with how that's looking though, texture-wise. Again, I don't know that it makes a lot of sense for this to be like a standalone. Oh, wow. There's no charge left in that screen. I bet you the batteries are running a little low on this. But again, I don't know that it makes a ton of sense for this to be sort of a standalone, just straw-colored piece of grass. I think it needs something more, and maybe it's just a little bit of color is what it needs. So let me get the airbrush going here. Let's see, what color do I want to use here? Probably some dark earth. I'm gonna go with some dark earth. I'm gonna thin it out. We'll see how it goes. Also got some really good Tamiya greens. I could be opening up a whole new can of worms here, honestly. A little bit of water. So this is Vallejo dark earth thinned with a little bit of water. And I'm going to take this piece over to the paint booth. Let's just see what happens. Not looking for full coverage here. Just looking to darken it down a little bit. Oops, I got to turn the airbrush on. That's looking kind of fun. If I can get the edges a little bit better. This might be a good candidate for a little bit of dark earth ground foam. You can see, darkened it down a little bit. You can still see a little bit of the lighter color popping through. I'm a pretty big fan of how that's looking, but it definitely does need just a little bit more texture, I think. I'm gonna see if I can get a little bit of this dark earth to kind of stick to the wet paint. Yep. It's again just kind of falling down into it, but I don't know that I'm upset about it with this particular piece of shrubbery. I think I actually kind of like it. Pretty good looking. I need just a splash of color, a little bit of the golden. Let's see. That might be too much. Yeah. Let's hit it with. Let's see if we can just cover that golden back up. Nope, it just sticks out like a sore thumb. Oh well. I still think this piece is plenty usable, but I wouldn't have put that golden colored ground foam back in hindsight. It'll work great though. Still pretty happy with it. So now that I've got this brown mixed up and in the airbrush though, I am kind of curious to see what some of this green stuff's gonna look like with just kind of a little holding. Yeah, I'm curious to know what this green stuff's gonna look like, kind of with like a, you know, brownish film over the top of it when everything's said and done. So let's have some fun. Let's see what we can come up with here. See what we can cook up. Oh, where'd I put the applicator? Here we go. I just want to use up the straw color that's in the hopper here. Well, actually, I can put it back in the bag. Come on, stay down. Oh, good Lord. There's the shock. There we go. Okay, so now I'm gonna do what I did a couple of pieces ago. Just load a tiny bit of this 7 mil Woodland Scenics into the hopper and get just a little bit of varying structure started on this piece. Oh dear, just dropped it on the ground. Ah. Where'd my tweezers go? Uh-oh, tweezers went missing. Oh boy. Ah, found it. Should have done the parlay. What sports book is setting these odds, Brandon? I'm curious to know what sports book is down into the minutia of YouTube so much that they're setting odds on me getting shocked on live stream. All right, we've got a bunch of 7 mil on it this time, so I'm curious how this is going to work out. Cautiously optimistic. Sportsbook of Brandon. Man, if you're betting on your own sportsbook, you're gonna just, there's no way you can't just net out break even, you know? I guess that's smart. I'm pretty happy with how this is looking as is. I was thinking I was going to use this one as like the experimentation for browning something up a little bit, but I think I'm just going to keep this one. Sometimes you just got to leave well enough alone, right? Some of this darker green stuff, though, I think might lend itself better to the brown anyway. Okay, down to the last two pieces, and then we'll be done with scenery for today. Appreciate you guys all being here through this part of it. Then we'll get over to the workbench, have some fun doing a decoder install. And also, if I have time, which I might not. I'm already two hours into this thing. I've also got 3 Walthers covered hoppers to get weighted and ready to go on to the layout. This piece is fun. There's a couple of different like frays in it that are kind of making it look a little more viney than some of the other pieces have been, which is kind of fun. Of course, Adam. I'm hoping I have time. We'll see how quickly I can get the decoder install done. That's got to be priority 1 because I need that locomotive for the op session. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm happy with how that's looking. That might be too dark of a green to really do this with. So far, that's what I've got. I might try to save it with a little bit of this dark earth and just see what that looks like. Yeah, I went too heavy on it. I don't know. I don't think this is quite what I was looking for. Maybe it'll work. I just think that green's too green. Maybe I can got a little bit of green spray paint left over here. Maybe I can just try to lightly go over it with a little bit more drab of a green. Well, let's see how this dries. This is what it's looking like as I'm about to move on from it. Not bad, but I think could be a little bit better. Okay, home stretch, last piece, which I think technically I'm actually about to pull apart into two. But let's see if we can just kind of work on them together so that we get it done all at the same time. And we can move on. Oh, just more experimentation, Dennis. Nothing too crazy. Okay. What do I want to do for these last two? I think I might just keep it simple. Go back to the moss green. Nothing too crazy, I think, is what the plan's going to be here. Can get that moss green done relatively quickly, and at this point, it's kind of what I'm looking to do, is just get this part of things done and over with. We've spent a lot of time on it here tonight, or today. Trying to find some cork road bed. Uh-oh. Like to order or on hand? Because ordering cork road bed has become very difficult these days. Oops, I didn't even mean to use that, dang it. Just looking for a little bit of this. A couple more bare spots I gotta hit. Okay, pretty happy with that. Have I tried this at all? I don't know. Just constantly trying to experiment with things. Yeah, that doesn't look bad on there. The dark earth. I think I want it to be more of a backdrop to the moss green though. Okay, happy with that piece. One more to go, and then we're gonna finally switch over to the normal workbench. Okay, last one. What do we want to do here? Let's try ooh, interesting. Looks like the pinch and stab method that you kind of use when you're putting in clumps of longer static grass. It actually kind of works in this regard okay. That's cool. Touch up the sides with a little bit of shorter stuff. Garrett, if you do leave anywhere to go get cork, let me know, because I'm planning on stopping at like the 5:30-ish time frame, hopefully. Interesting. That the pinch and stab method, it might be my saving grace to use up this the rest of this super long woodland scenic stuff that I've got that I thought I was never going to be able to get through. That's pretty good. Just try something. Oh, wow. Yeah, nice. This light green stuff takes brown really well. Awesome. Yeah, I think I'm really happy with that. I think I got, let me see if I can touch this up just a little bit. I think I went a little too heavy in this area with the brown. Let's see what I can do about fixing that a little bit. Hard to see some of that until you get it into better light sometimes. That's better. I'm pretty happy with that. That looks pretty good. I might need to touch it up just a little bit. Yeah. Awesome. That's going to be great. Give it a nice coat of hairspray, and we are officially done with shrubbery tonight. Today, I should say. I am pretty happy with most of those results, I think. So, with that done, let me just get the lids back on a few things here really quick, and then we will head on over to the workbench and get to work over there. Make sure everything's sealed up so I don't forget about it. Time for a road trip to Syracuse there, Garrett, and co. Not sure who's at the keyboard. Okay. These gloves off, and I will meet you guys over at the workbench. All right, I'm gonna get, let me get my airbrush cleaned up here very quickly before I forget about that. Just don't wanna leave it all gummed up. Okay, all good there. Let's get some work done over here on the workbench, shall we? Awesome. Oh gosh, I have a massive layer of adhesive all over my phone screen. Yep, exactly, Dennis. Ugh. I'm gonna have to deep clean my phone. Okay, let's see. What do I even have? Gosh, I've been so far removed from this workbench that I don't even know what's even over here at this point. Or what's plugged in over here. Let me make sure my soldering iron's good to go. My smoke harvester is good to go. I have a combo LED and power strip above my workbench. There's only 3 outlets on it, so I've got to make sure I have the right ones plugged in all the time. Okay, here we go. We've got everything we should need plugged in. Whew. Oh, that means Britt's almost home. I'm sure that'll be fine. Might not even hear it, honestly. Okay, so let's see what we can do here about getting this old decoder off of here, set off to the side, so that we can get the decoder buddy installed, and hopefully just kind of plug and play the 21-pin decoder. Let's see though. Ooh, I think I used enough of that spray adhesive that it's stuck in my hair. Alright, so let's start pulling wires off of the old one here. I think I'm going to leave this keep alive with this decoder because I've got a brand new Nix Trains one somewhere that I'd love to try. And since I'm using the Nix Train decoder buddy, I might as well use the Nix Train keep alive. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go put this decoder with the project that I intend to use it for before I forget about it and lose it. This will likely end up in one of the SD40-2s. The freelance ones. Okay. All of the CVs that were in that decoder are now programming over to the decoder buddy, so hopefully that'll work out well. I do have to just quickly also remove the wires off of these speakers so that I can reuse those. Excellent. Tabs don't need to be in there at all anymore, so those can get pulled out of there. Okay, put these in my spare speaker drawer, which is getting awfully full of non-scale sound system speakers as I do retrofits. Pair of tweezers to hold this speaker steady. Actually, I'll get you guys zoomed in a little bit here because you're awfully far away. Hopefully that's going to be sufficient. Okay. Let me get the speaker wires tinned, or the speaker leads tinned. Good. Oops. Didn't want to take that out of there yet. Thinking, yeah, these should be plenty long enough, I think. These old leads. Way. Okay, so this is gonna go right into here, and then I just need. I do have room to go with a piece of double-sided foam tape rather than gluing it, which is my preferred method. Hey Ted, ooh, I see you changed your channel name, that's cool. Saturday Night Live, nice. Oh, there's the dogs barking if it's coming through the mic. Okay. Yeah, Ted, I'm off for the holiday, so decided it would be good day to live stream early, since my Bills are playing Monday Night Football and I didn't want to miss that, so works out well. So this this plug that they provide, I'm not gonna need, and then I just need to consult this to see where do they want me. I believe I'm able to somewhere on this wire directly in the Keep Alive. It's not quite clear. I think white ground in A11 is probably what I want, but I can't be 100% sure based off of that. Oh, I do have an ESU Keep Alive. I could save the mixed trains one, but what does, let's consult the ESU manual about this quickly. Just see what it says about what the grounds should be, or what the Keep Alive should be wired to. See, that's it doesn't tell you what they are specifically. So maybe I'm gonna still, instead of going to the decoder buddy, I'll still use the Nix train Keep Alive if I can, but I may end up wiring it directly into the 21 pin instead of the oh, what am I? I'm drawing a blank here. Oh, where did I put the... Well, maybe I'm not going to use the Nix Trains one, because... Oh, there they are. Okay, yeah, so... Oh, okay. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. On the Keep Alive, he's got the wiring instructions for that. Perfect. Excellent. So, the only other thing I've got to check, though, is if I've really got the... I might not have the room to put this style in. He's got it set up where the capacitor comes off the end of the board instead of being stacked back on top of it. And it's a little bit longer. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have the room for it. Okay. Well, we're going to use the ESU one here, but I'm looking forward to trying these. It's just not the right form factor for this particular locomotive, so we'll grab the brand new one I have up here and plan on using that. But I could at least, I can still, at the very minimum, wire this into the decoder buddy itself rather than the decoder, because the decoder being wired into that is a little bit nerve-wracking sometimes, that's for sure. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do here to prepare this? I want to get a little piece of electrical tape underneath this side. Actually, what I'll do is I'll use double-sided foam tape instead. Go Bills. Awesome. Yeah, Ted, I watched a couple minutes of that game against Denver, and they tried so hard to give themselves chances and then shot themselves in the foot so many times in that game. It was a little rough. Excuse me. Okay, so decoder buddy is going on just like this. I may need to, much the same as I did the last decoder buddy install we did on stream, which was in that Freelance GP30. I may need to trim down the points on the prongs themselves, so. Okay, decoder's good. I think I've got a dummy that I used when I did that the last time, which I'd be glad to use again, just so that I don't mangle the new decoder. Here we go. Perfect. So we'll start by doing that, because I can tell right now that there's going to be clearance issues if I don't, using this double-sided foam tape. And I want to use the double-sided foam tape, so. Okay. No big deal, just doing a little bit of gentle surgery. This is actually, interestingly enough, a Nick-approved practice. He did say that you're okay to do this on these decoder buddies when you need just a little bit of space. Smoke harvester. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Would imagine maybe you can. Some of these are a little harder to get at to cut flush. Hear it a little bit? Okay. Well, it's off now, so the only fan you could potentially be hearing now is my PC, but can't imagine that's loud enough for you guys to hear. Most of those trimmed down. Let's see if I can clean them up a little bit, because they are a bit of a mess. How many we got? It's 2:14. Oh, I thought we were way further into the stream than this. I thought we were a little later in the afternoon. Pretty good shape. Okay. I'm relatively happy with how those have trimmed down. I think we've now got enough room to make things fit. I'm realizing need to do a little bit of trimming on the double-sided foam tape on the speaker, though. Oh, I got adhesive all over my... Oh, yeah, that stuff is a mess. Got adhesive all over my X-Acto. Up a little bit so that I'm not brushing up against it, moving the speaker around more than I need to. There we go. Okay, so let's see, what do I want to start with? let's just, yeah, I mean, it's really not a lot to it. Let me get, yeah, I'll just start with the track power leads, and we can go from there. I can trim these down. The leads on these are a bit of a mess. There's not enough solder, excuse me, on that lead itself. That heat transferred very fast up that wire. Yeah, a lot of these can be trimmed down a little bit. Job of getting things out of my way. Thought I was gonna get lucky and not have to worry about retinning things, but it seems like that's not the case here. Stay put, shaky hands. There we go. Okay, so there is track leads, truck leads, whatever you want to call them. Gotta tin the motor leads. Get that done. We'll get the motor leads on. Speakers and keep alive. I gotta refresh my memory which one's which here. We got orange is supposed to go to this one. Need a pair of tweezers to hold on to this one because there's no way I'm gonna get a good hold on it. That close to heat. Apologies for ignoring the chat a little bit here. Just realized I haven't looked over in a minute. Too focused on getting this done. Oop. Okay, we're good. Okay, motor leads on. I should do the speakers now. The speaker lead's actually really long. Trim it down a tad bit. Same thing with the other side here. So I should have written it down, and it's gonna bug the heck out of me. But I can't remember if I've got any other. I might have one more scale sound system installed to do after this locomotive on my existing fleet. Oops. Didn't even need to put that away. Okay, so that should be, oh, gotta do the keep alive still, right. Right. So I'm gonna attempt to use the pads on the decoder buddy itself. So it looks like we're going white on the left, red in the middle, and ground on the right. Nice and straightforward. One. So what's everybody else working on? I haven't really even had the chance. I don't know. I know a lot of people unfortunately don't get today off, but still curious to know what's on everybody's workbench. I caught a clip of Ted weathering a Lehigh Valley gondola that looked like it was turning out really good. Nice little tip in there too about grime having to be pulled up from the ground and streaks coming up from, or coming down from above, which is kind of neat. Something I don't typically find myself thinking about, but valuable learning experience, that's for sure. Especially as I have a bunch of freight cars I'd really love to get weathered. I just need to have the time. Well, at least you got me to keep you company, right, Brandon? I had to work on some non-railroad things this morning for a little bit. Had to get some progress made outside, getting lawn furniture and stuff put away. I'm gonna disconnect these, shorten the leads a little bit, I think. Just not impressed with the length of them. I think I can go down a little bit. Especially if I just come at them from that angle. But it's that time of year, unfortunately, where all the patio furniture's got to go away. I got to get a couple more mows in just to mulch leaves into my yard because I don't rake. I just mulch the leaves right in and give the lawn all those nutrients. Okay, gonna tin these little things. And then I started winterizing my camper, and then I gotta finish doing that later. One. Red's in the middle, yep. Come on. Work with me, lead. Okay. Good there. Okay. I'm just going to strap a little bit of electrical tape over the top of those wires over the speaker housing to keep those in line. And then we should be good to throw the decoder itself on here, give it a test fire, and then try some things. Big difference between this shell and my other one, as I've mentioned in previous streams, rather in last week's stream, is that this one actually has rear ditch lights, as you can see. So I don't know if I've got the CVs properly set for that. But let me get this dummy decoder off as carefully as I can. Come on. I must have rounded the tops of some of these a little bit because they don't want to cooperate. Come on off of there. Oh, come on. Cooperate, will ya? There we go. Cool. Managed to not bend a single prong, but yeah, they definitely got a little bit bent out of shape, or not, marred up with the Giron cutters. I don't know, I must be they're a little duller than I thought they were. They're relatively new, so thought it would be fine, but I must have dulled them up on something. Hopefully that's good enough. Okay, here's the decoder. Slide this in. Hopefully these go on okay. Not the biggest fan of how they're going on. Oh. See if this is gonna work. Seem to have function. Good forward. Good backwards. Did I fade? Now that I've got this lav mic on, you guys should be able to hear this. All right, and moment of truth is the keep alive working? Yeah. Okay, so all of that's working. Now comes just a little bit of experimentation because I'm not entirely sure what my buddy Jim did as far as functions are concerned on the light board. So I might just have to do a little bit of function mapping, which honestly I can probably just do off camera at some point. And just make sure I'm putting this in on the right direction. Yes, it's this direction that it needs to go. Maybe? Come on. Oh, come on. Work with me here. Oh, whoa. Is this different? Oh, this is... Oh, no. This is different. Did he change? Huh. Yeah, this light... Oh, that stinks. Well, I just did all of this basically for no reason. Rats. Somewhere something got changed. Or maybe this is for a different version of the decoder buddy. Ah! That's unfortunate. I don't know. Let's see if you guys are going to be able to see this or not. So you can see they're really two different light boards. Let me zoom in. One's got outputs for different functions than the other one. Which means I've now got to undo all of the wonderful work that Jim did to put it on this particular board. Put it on the one that came with the decoder buddy. And I think I want to make sure that I get these freight cars done first. So I'm going to set this off to the side, give myself a second to process that needing to happen. And let's bust out Adam's NMRA weight ruler, my weights, the freight cars that I need to get up to snuff. And we'll work on that project here for a little bit. Make sure I just leave the light board with it so I don't lose that. Put the dummy decoder back. So we've got three Walthers cars that I need to work on. One of them already has metal wheels and I think KDs, which is nice, but it just needs to be brought up to NMRA weight. The other two are still plastic wheel sets, plastic knuckle couplers, and also need to be brought up to NMRA weight. So this is Adam's weight ruler. Oh, let me zoom back out here. So this thing is great. Basically all you have to do is align the car on the end of the ruler, and then it'll let you know how long the car is in real life, and then HO scale feet. So this is about a 63-foot car. And then you can also look, and this should have this should have 0.4 ounces of weight, 2.4 ounces of weight. Yes. So here is my scale that I just picked up. We're measuring in grams. I want to be measuring ounces. Okay. I don't think I'm doing something right. Is Adam out there? This says this car's already got 4.36 ounces of weight in it. Oh, here we go. That's what I'm missing. Okay. So yeah, the decimals You can see it comes up to a 4 there, and then it was, let's see, it was at 60. Oh, here, let me just put it back on. Okay, so this should have 5.4 ounces of weight, and it currently has 4.3. So I have, this is what I like to use for weighting my cars. These are adhesive-backed, zinc-plated lead weight. So I need to add about a full ounce of weight, right? That's what I said, 5.4. Did I say 5.4? No, I can't remember. Oy vey. Yes, 5.4. So about a full ounce of weight. So I need 4 of them. And I'm just going to open the car up as gently as I can. I'll get my scale back out of the way. Perfect, thanks Adam. Okay, so I should be able to open this up. I know I have one of these on the layout already. I should be able to open it. Whoa. And get to the underside relatively easily. Let's see. What do I have that I can use to keep this open? You know, a lot of people, including Adam, have used like gift cards and stuff. I don't know that I have anything down here. I've got actual styrene down here that I can use. I don't need to waste a full sheet of it though. I know I've got some. There we go. Oh, cool, Ted. I didn't know you could get those at Harbor Freight. That's good. Good to know. I ordered those, I think, just off of eBay. Okay, let's see if we can just kind of start working this out. Oh, I'm about to lose this piece of styrene to the inside of it. Does the roof pop off on these? I don't think so, Ted. These are Walthers. What even is it? Yeah, just old run Walthers, you know, prior to mainline being a thing. Basic cars. Oops. Oh, come on. Don't want to bust things here. I can try that, but I've had one of these open before, and I don't remember that being the case. But I can definitely. I mean, better to be safe than sorry, right? Ah, that's what it is. Here we go. Man, so I do have to just fully disassemble this car to get it open. Wow. Even down to the... No, I don't Maybe. It's kind of ironic that somewhere along the line this thing got green dotted for some layout, even though it's not at weight. This is one I bought off a buddy of mine. So I don't know if he green dotted it for a club layout or what, but I don't know why these don't seem to want to pop off. I'm guessing that they're glued in. Oh boy, I am mangling it up though, trying to get that screw out. I don't think that these, I guess I can try. Yeah, that shouldn't have affected that at all. I guess I'm just gonna end up busting these up. Can't seem to get them to come off. I hate doing it this way, but I also don't want to break it off completely. Okay, so hopefully this should now come out of here relatively smoothly. It definitely wants to move easier now. Come on, I know I had the one I have on the layout, I know I had open. And I don't remember it being this much trouble to get it open. Crazy. Maybe this does need to come out. I don't see why, but Sean, if you're out there watching, I just saw your message come through, and thank you very much, sir. Sean, of course, is the one that provided us with the modules for the build yesterday for the T-Track build. We all had a blast. Man. This side is loose. This side, not quite as much. I'm losing screws everywhere too. Boy, wouldn't it be nice if cars could just come NMRA weighted so that I didn't have to deal with doing this? Holy macaroni. Yep. So yeah, Adam, you were correct about there being screws into the body. For sure. Thank you for that tip. Appreciate it. I need to slice and dice a little bit here. I guess I could have verified just by putting the car on. Well, whatever. We're too far into this now. Okay, let's see. I want to try to evenly distribute these as best I can. Well, I can also just do inside on the outs. One there. Do one there. Okay, so that should be enough weight. Let's see how well this thing goes back together now. I personally am only slightly skeptical. Get that brake detail out of there. I think I see kind of where my hang-up was when I disassembled this one, so hopefully on these next two I should be able to do a better job of getting it apart. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I just broke the stirrup, dang it. Okay. Let's see. Should be, I think, these ones that were in. Maybe it's not that one. I think it's these ones. That's not the right screw. Whoops. Uh-oh. I might have used the wrong one. In a couple different places. That's also not on there, right? Great. There we go. 7 3/4. Looks like 4.9 ounces, Dennis. It's still not sat down right. Definitely not scheming. $4.7, Adam. Are you sure? 7 3/4 I got at 4.9 on mine. What am I missing here? Oh, come on. I used one of the screws in the wrong place. I thought it was that one. Guess it's this one. Yep, it's that one. $1/4. Oh, misread. Sorry. Must have glanced at the screen too quickly. My bad. Okay, couplers back on. Actually, I'm going to put scale heads on this. Put my new scale heads in here? Did I? Oh, what did I do with them? Uh-oh. I got a brand new pack of scale heads. Oh boy. Oh no. Not in the right bin either. Great. Where did I put them? There they are. Okay. Should put these old number 5s in here. I use those when I get desperate. But my go-to coupler is usually the scale head with the whiskers. Oops, okay, well that works. Sure, both of these got springs, okay, good. Oops. Oh boy. Making a mess of everything. Can't read things, can't seem to hold still enough to put a KD in. What a stream. Okay, good there. Oop. Hopefully we're good, right? It keeps getting stuck. Why do you keep getting stuck? Okay. And thankfully this one came already with metal wheel sets, which is wonderful. Cool. All right, so there's one of these cars that should now be up to snuff. This one's even already got reflective stripes on it, thanks to my buddy that I bought it from, which is great. Now we've got two bigger projects here in the next two. What time have we got? We got 3 o'clock. All right. I would like to get everything done, and I think I'm on track to do just that. I should be able to circle back over to the locomotive project. Ooh, horn hooks. Let's put those on. Okay. Oh, that's cool. He's got yellow grabs. That's nice. When the level of detail is expected to be low, any sort of little detail like that is appreciated, for sure. Not as much as an extra set of horn hooks, though. Man. Never have enough horn hooks, am I right? That's what I should run on all my cars. Horn hooks and AccuMates. Maybe some Easy Mates too. Okay, let's see if we can knock these two out, and then we'll circle back over to the other project, the locomotive project. These ones I've got a bunch of different stuff out for and ready to utilize. Oh. I love picking up my screwdriver and having a random screw just fall off of it. Let's see if this is going to want to come off. Oh yeah, okay, perfect. Good news. Feels as if these cross members on these ones are not glued down nearly as badly. So they're going to actually come off. Great. I probably should have weighed this one just because that other one had KDs on it already, and well, I can weigh this one and that'll give me, for some reason it's weirdly vastly different in terms of weight, then that's a factory problem, not a me problem. Okay, 3.91. And what do we say it needs to be? 4 point. Come on, get out of there. .4. Okay, so this one actually, without the KDs, well, maybe we should, how should I do this? I should have put the KDs and wheel sets on first. Well, let's see what we can do here. Zero this out. Okay, there we go. Any of these open somewhere? Might have some of these open somewhere. Uh-oh. Ooh, maybe I want to paint these before I throw them in. Are these 33s? Okay. I think I need 36s for this, don't I? Maybe these are 33s. Nope, they're 36s. Oh boy. Got 33s in bulk, but I don't know if I have 36s or not. Oh boy. Got 4 36s. Oh. Well, I had 4. Now I've got 3 because one just rolled away. Okay, those are actually 33s and they're not 36s. My bad. So, glad that's what I have in bulk. Put some stuff away here, just some mess. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I am at 4.2 right now, and I need to get up to 5.4. I think I actually want to go to 5. I might have made that other car slightly light. I prefer to go heavy rather than light. 5.485. Perfect. All right, so let me bust this thing open. And we can go from there. Yes, I will definitely do that, Adam. I watched your tutorial and I took notes, don't you worry. I've got my reamers right here if I need them. I know you had, when I watched your tutorial, you had like 4 or 5 different widths of axles. Unfortunately, I don't have access to that much, so I'm hoping with a little bit of reaming, if necessary, that I can make this work. Atlas and Athearn, gotcha. I know the Walthers one I already have on the layout gives this awful screeching sound that people are always concerned about. But it's completely free rolling, which is kind of baffling to me. So I don't know. Yep, I definitely learned from that first one where the hang-ups were, so that's awesome. These stirrups kind of cause a bit of a problem. Cages kind of move a little bit with it, which is nice. Go. Nice. That one went a lot smoother, I think. That's awesome. All right, so let's get some weights in. I have to figure out what pattern I want to use now. Okay. Graphite powder, okay. I don't have any I mean, I've got a mechanical pencil. I could literally grind down pencil lead, but... I think actually what I'll do on this one is mount them out this way. Center here. Should stay even though it's not, you know, got a fully flat mounting point, but cool. A lot more weight on that. Let's get it back together. Well, good news for you, Brandon, if you're still out there. At least if you're having a bad day at work, it might be some consolation to know that the Sabres have lost. Seem to want to sit completely flush. Maybe I just got to get the screws back in it. They'll be fine. Ooh, sports ball. Go Unicorns. Of all the sports that I follow hockey the least, really. It's just one of those sports where my local team, the Sabres, has got to be good for me to care much. Is that the right screw? That and regular season college basketball. The Orange have got to be good for me to watch regular season. Always watch March Madness, but if I'm going to watch regular season, I've got to have a relevant Orange team to follow. Other side here. Oop. There we go. Okay. Brand new KDs in here. And then we'll start test fitting some wheel sets. Well, maybe, Adam, I'll go grab the car in question off the layout and that a shot while we're still on stream. The one that needs the improved lubrication on the... Oh, did I use the right screw there? Somewhere along the lines I didn't use the right one. this is the truck screw. Oops. This stream might be longer than my normal ones are, but I am feeling very good about the amount that I've gotten done today. Sometimes it can kind of be a little bit daunting when you've got a big project going on the layout and know that you've got a big ops weekend to get ready for, but I managed to do a lot of what I needed to do today, which is good. It's making me feel less bad about spending so much time on a major scenery project like I have been over in the Himrod area. I'm hoping I might be able to get a video out on that at some point this weekend. Why is this not... I don't like that. That's weird. Awfully tight squeeze for some reason. Can't get this coupler box on tight for some reason without the KD being bound up in there. Trying to file a little bit off of this KD to see if I can make that work. You can also take a little bit off the coupler box itself, I guess. It might have been the smarter move, in all honesty. Oh, you gotta love hidden screws, right? I can definitely admit to breaking many a locomotive, not really realizing that I had hidden screws to deal with. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Let's see. Oops. I think we're good now. Oh, come on. Why are we doing this? I don't know if this cover is just warped or what, but it's not letting this KD move as freely as I would like. All right, hopefully that was enough. Come on, give me a break. And that cover is so loose. I don't want to leave it like that, but I'm also just frankly not interested in sitting here all day. Hey, look at that. We've got pretty free rolling right off the bat. Awesome. Excellent. Everything's nice and free rolling right off the bat. That's awesome. Okay, so this should be done. I do have a height gauge to check, and it looks like actually these trip pins are no bueno. I'm just gonna flop them off. Haven't even opened this track gauge yet. I don't know. Is there assembly required on these? I'm sorry, not track gauge. Height gauge. Oh, there is assembly required, of course. It's cool that they give you a couple shims and a replacement KD in there, though. Nice. Oh, not a replacement KD. Testing. I, of course, want to test a scale head. All right, let me throw this down on the track and give it a test. Interesting, actually a little low. Yep, both sides slightly low. Let's see if these shims are going to be the right size for this. If not, I don't know that it's low enough to worry about. They are the right size anyway. Oops, just flip the screw upside down in there. right, that's a lot better. Still not flawless, but pretty darn good. So I'll take it. All right, so we'll call that one good as well. Where did I put the other one that's done? All right. One more to go. Unless for some weird reason, this is... Yeah, that's about what the other one was. So we will basically plan on doing the same thing with it. Should I put these shibs someplace safe? Wow, workbench is looking like a war zone. See ya, Sean. All right. We've now done 2 of these, so I'm just kind of curious. I'm gonna time myself. Let's take bets. Brandon, you still out there? We need your sports book. I'll even put it down in screen. All right, here we go. Oh, come on, man. Ooh, that's exciting. All right, let's take bets. How long is this going to take here? We're at a minute almost. I'm curious how fast I can do this. I'm thinking 7 minutes. No, that's too low. That's way too low. Yeah, speed record. Speed running NMRA waiting a covered hopper. Are we creating a brand new type of live stream right now? Is that what's happening here? Points off for broken detail parts. Less than 7. Oh my God. I don't know. I'm concerned 7's too low an estimate myself, but I'll try. Ooh, that sounded good. If you really wanted to set the record, you could just do a blue box car or an Acurel kit or something. Those would be super easy. I might have to figure out how to clip this and call it that, Dennis. Oh, I don't know, Garrett. I don't think I'm making it. Garrett and associated others, I should say. I think it's going to be the Katie's and the wheel sets at the end, at the buzzer. That might be the problem. Okay, back on. Uh-oh. Down to 2 minutes already. Man, we didn't even get Brandon here to set the lines for his Model Railroad Livestream Sportsbook. Okay. Shell's back on. Let's see. What I got in here? Go, go, go. I'm not gonna make it. What's the new line? 10 minutes? Fair enough, Dennis. Oh! Bumped the button. Now the time's null and void. Nope, that's not the one. What am I missing? There it is. $8:30? I don't know if I'm even making that. Oh, come on. All right, the coupler's got to go in flawlessly here. They got to work first time for this to work. Pressure's on, man. Feeling it. I'm feeling the pressure. Oh, I'm not making 8:30. No way. Ah! No, the couplers don't want to behave. Ah! This is actually an issue in here. I think. Man, Katie's ruined the speed run. I don't know what happened even to my rounded file. Yeah, if only he was here to actually set the lines. Brendan's a terrible bookie, apparently. Alright, let's see if this is going to work at all. Man, this is a pain in the neck. Oh no, now I dropped a screw. The speed run's really coming undone now. Well, if anybody wants to compete with me, they'll now have the bar set really, really low. Oh, where did that even go? Is that it? That's not even the right screw. That's a whole nother screw. Oh no. I don't know where the screw ended up. Ah. That's what I get for trying to speed run. Lost screw. It could have bounced anywhere. Ugh, dang it. Well, let's just finish. I'll find it later. You'll take 12. Gary. This is why sportsbooks make so much money. Yeah, this, I don't know, is it this, just this KD that's the problem? No. It doesn't seem to want to move very free. Maybe it'll be okay. Let's try it. Whoa! Not a fan of that. All right, let's see how bad this box is now. Not great, not great. Okay, moving freer. I have to figure out a coupler screw for it though. I think we're in good shape in that particular regard. Perfect. I think this is the exact screw that I lost. At least darn close to it. It's gonna work. I guess that's gonna work. All right, home stretch here. Let's see if wheels go any better here. Why would there be 10 axles in each individual baggie and not just 12? I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that if the other car was low, that these ones are gonna be too. And just put the spacers in there now. Everything's good and free rolling. Oh, come on. Man. 7 was a bad line. Come on, I know there was more shims in there. There we go. Can we finish in under 20 minutes? Oh no, where'd that screw go? Oh no. What a disastrous run. Come on. It was in here. It was in here, I swear. Jeez. Two screws lost. Is that an automatic DQ? God, I hope I have one in here that'll work. It might. No, this is a different one that's next to the phone. It's the one I found when I was looking for the first one that went missing. All right, let's see. Let's test coupler height. Oh, we got 15 seconds. Come on, tell me coupler height's good. Let's see if we can get it done under 20. Coupler height's good on that side. Come on, work on. Good on that side. Stop. Woo! What a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, height's spot on. I think I need to loosen up the box a little bit though. Okay, well, that's 3 plastic pellet hoppers ready to rock and roll for the layout. I have to give those a good shake down. They'll be shaken down at the shakedown session that's happening next weekend. Adam's weight ruler worked fantastically. Certainly appreciate having that now. So let's get on to the very last thing that I would like to get done for this stream, which is going to be to get the lighting board converted over on the Atlas B23. Oh no, I found it. There's the second missing screw right there. Oh, let's see. Well, is the other one down there too? Nope. Okay. Yep, there's the second missing screw. I'll just roll with the one I put in there. Should be fine. That was a lot of fun. How to make a mundane stream more entertaining, apparently. Speedrunning NMRA waiting of cars. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, so let's see what we got to do here. I think the best thing I could probably do is take this tape off and just retrace all these wires myself. Well, no, actually, if I take them off one by no. Yeah, I'm just gonna take them all off and retrace them. Feels like the simplest thing to do. Okay. Set of helping hands. I don't even need that. I need my tweezers. There. See you, Scott. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. Good to go. Everything is now removed from the old light board. Make sure I have my guide with me for the new one. Get all these wires sorted out a little bit. Ah, non-magnet wire goodness in these lights. Okay, so we have, those are all my ditch lights. This is my headlight. Let's see, we've got those are the rear ditch lights, and then this is the rear headlight. Okay, so I'm gonna tie my headlights together, the common positives together. This can be, well, actually, no, I'll do all the front positives to one and then all the rears to the other. Can't tell if I've got all of them in there or not. Oh boy. Nope, I don't. Whoa. Ooh, easy with that soldering iron there, Paul. Whew. Okay, tie the rear positives together here. that a try. Excellent. All right, so we need to get our positives taken care of here first. So I'm going to get those tinned up. There we go. Come on. That one. And there's that one. Okay, so we are now ready to do the negatives. I'm gonna start with headlights here if I can locate those. Ditch light, that's a ditch light. Let's see if I can just get the ditch lights over here out of the way as well. Yeah, you would think magnet wire is wonderful. Now I know it's Garrett that's actually commenting, because I'm hoping that there's some good sense in the rest of that club. They don't like magnet wire. Oh. Okay. So this is the rear headlight. It's going to go to that corner, and then the front's going to go to that one. So let me get those tinned. Come on. Oops. Where's the front one? Okay, that's good. Now it's time to do ditch lights. Those pads tinned. I'm using A1, 2, 3, and 4. those of you that have a love-hate relationship with magnet wire, you at least have more love for it than I do, because it's a hate-hate relationship for me. Okay, so fronts need to be on 1 and 2. So start by getting the first one into 1. This is the one thing that's kind of funky about how these are set up. Because over here it's A, 1, 3, 5, and 7, and then over here it's all the evens. But when you're conventionally programming, or when you're conventionally going through the function mapping on a programmer, it's going to assume you want 1 and 2 for 3 and 4. Okay, and where's my last ditch light? Oh, did those ones already. Okay, so now I'm onto the back. I need 3 and 4 now. There's 3. And hopefully this is the last solder I need to do. Knock on wood. Okay, good connection. Shut the soldering iron off. Plug this sucker in and get it tested. Cool. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. I don't know that I'm gonna have functional rear ditch lights right off the bat, just because of the way I've got those set up in the file. Okay, headlight. Whoops. Uh-oh. Okay, headlight's working. Rear headlight. Rear headlight's working. Great. Ditch lights are on. Oh man, those are such a great color he put in there. Awesome. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. Yep, got a little bit of mapping to do, but I can do that off stream. Great stuff. So yeah, we have a, here, let's see if I can get it over there. We have a fully functioning locomotive. Well, barring one LED that I can't test until I remap it. But yeah, it's looking good. Happy to have that big part of the project done. I am gonna wrap up the stream here, and then we will, I'll off camera just get the programming done, get this thing buttoned up, and then I'm gonna take my wife out to dinner. So yeah, awesome. Thanks everybody for tuning in to this marathon stream. We went over 4 hours today, but man, had a blast. Hope you guys did too, and we'll see you in the next one. Hopefully this week I'll be able to put out some sort of layout update, some sort. I'm not gonna promise that, but I'll try my best. And make sure you tune in to Dennis's stream tonight as well. I'm not sure what time he's gonna go, but I know he said a little bit earlier than normal. So be on the lookout for his announcement if it's not up already. And I'll see you there. Okay, perfect. 7:30.